And we are live. Hello, everyone, and welcome to live stream. I apologize. I am slightly slacking on. No, no. I just gotta put it over into live chat. Put up our normal little sticky thing saying donate, blah blah blah. And yeah. Anyway, welcome to our Saturday hangout. I've got the layout a bit better today. I don't really know what I'm exactly going to do quite yet. I'm either going to do a simple app. Hey Lisa, I'm doing all right. How are you? Or a simple fab. I'm not sure yet. I've got this really pretty. Let's see if I can. I'm kind of thinking of doing something with this because it is really pretty. And it's fairly decent size. But I also have, I don't know, this just kind of want to do a simpler project. Heck, you know, I got some pretty types of corundum sitting around from, uh, I was practicing my identification skills, and I did. I have a Montana Sapphire cross pendant that has a gemstone in the center. It or a Montana Sapphire in the center. Although now that you bring that up, that's a design I think that could be really popular if done correctly. I can translate part of what you just said. I didn't, although I sounds like a decent project. I'm okay with that idea right now. I like it. Uh, I might have made a video of it. I can't remember. I've done them a couple of them now. Might as well do a video right now. Perfect. Nice and straightened out. Good to see you today, Will. I started the upload of the uh, of the unboxing and setup. It's currently uploading. It's only got something minutes left, but it's only 30% uploaded and it's been uploading for 3 hours. I don't know how much I'd buy it. So, the easy way to make a cross oftentimes is to just cut in or take wire and then solder 2 pieces of wire to the side. I kinda wanna make something a little more solid. So, only issue you ever get with this is you never get these perfect lines. This thing, I need a metal version. Hey, Lindy. It is. It's a ton of work to wire wrap a good cross pendant. That is one that I have been in the works for a minute now, and I don't want to rip off another YouTube artist, so I haven't done the video. Because it's like the guy does really, really good videos, and actually, he's also a local, or maybe not a local, but he's also in Montana, and he does some really nice work. And I don't want to like completely step on his toes, although he seems pretty nice. I don't think he'd mind. Eh, always better to cut a little Valk 9 designs. Hi, what you doing, buddy? I'm not giving you more wet food right now. Yeah, he does some really cool work. He was a major influence and taught me a lot as I was growing and learning. I'm missing something very important. It's going. I need to set up the torch number 2 and then clear out my metal organization area. I'm thinking about doing the file method you showed me. I really liked that. And I think it'll even work for a lot of my wire. And then I just need a 5 foot by 20 foot ish uh the rolling chair mat plastic stuff. Then I gotta hook up some or get I need to acquire and then hook mounts. Meow. Right. This is supposed to be non-copyrighted music, but I'm already getting one or gonna get hit with one strike this yeah. There we go. Might be an option, but all my walls are so far away. I would have to stand up to get to them if I did pegboards, and that would mean that my wire would slowly because I've actually kind of tried something similar, and my wire just slowly shifts back down to where I'm at. Um, which is the big reason I need the plastic floor is I need to be able to push with my good leg and just send myself across the room to the other side. Um, if that doesn't work, I'm gonna find a way to get one of those motorized like chairs, maybe on a track or I don't know, but that might finally get me into a motorized wheelchair, at least inside the house. Oh, a rascal scooter. I'm just gonna make it a simple cross pendant. Um, actually, it'll probably end up being a blank because I'm going to make. My plan today is to make a couple different molds so that I can run a cast through the new um, and give it a review, kind of. Although it's going to be a little complicated because I have to edit this casting flask that I made since currently at this moment I have basically enough investment on hand to fill this once. Yeah, I am too. Or me too. Really? You gonna be like that, are you? I didn't say it. Okay. Um, if your meaning will, if by that you're meaning order some of these, I've been looking. They're like $60 or $80 a piece. Um, the plastic models are $12 a piece, and it's kind of hard to find. And part of me is also like, oh, all over eBay, Etsy, so on. Part of me is also like, I didn't design those. And I don't know, like, I've got some weird thing about that currently. It's actually, you know what, Will? I'm gonna listen to you because, yeah, I'm gonna listen to the person who obviously knows business much better than myself. Yes, it probably would be a smart thing to do. I gotta drop my ego sometimes. Thank you for reminding me of that. Although I doubt that was your intention, but still. Never hurts. Yeah, no, you're right. And again, oftentimes we make poor choices because of ego, and that's something that just I know better. I should know better, and yeah, I still pledge I won't just buy from Temu and fucking resell cheap stuff to people, though. If you want that, I'll just point you to the Temu things, so that way I'm not like I would feel bad making money off of that. I don't know why. Son, where did that go? There we go. Good reason to keep a piece of magnet around. Besides the fact that I actually use the magnet to go through my filings and pull out all steel from it. Whenever you break a saw blade and you're like, that seems like a lot's missing, it makes it real quick finding. Not that it matters too much, because like this should stick to the bottom of your crucible while you're doing a melt. Um, getting it back out is gonna be a pain in the butt, but it shouldn't like destroy your setup or your ingot or anything. No, although I do see one on Mercari that's used for about $400. Bro, is it so? Okay, I know, bro. I have no idea what day it is. But why do you ask? Both of us? Oh man, I'm not sure if I really like the fact that like you can get that lost where time becomes a little less of that slave driving constant. Oh, look at that. There's another piece even that I missed. It was stuck in it. No, I know, bro. That's why I was like changing it. Well, I'm like, I don't know what day it is. Why do you ask? I went over and edited it. If you refresh, it'll say Sunday now. I'm just gonna call them weekend live streams from now on. Yeah, Lindy, I right now I am my own wax injector, which I'm okay with. If I can somehow get and actually will we somebody on Mercari who has a wax injector and they have a lot of other supplies that I haven't really talked to them much about, but I did inquire if they had more. They might have some molds. We can talk about it after the stream if you want. Right on. Now I'm wondering about the whole idea of stamp or getting the stamps and dies because I was looking into that, but that was because I also well those didn't seem to be an affordable option. Not that I thought the casting machine was either. at least for me. I might have to do a little bit of touch up on that. That's okay. An investment mixing bowl might be kind of nice. I'm using a pill bottle for it now that I think about it. Okay. I have no need for. Ha! I beat the. I beat the ringtone this time. Thankfully, this is a fairly simple project. And I think these also will go out in fine silver models as well. Um, those just won't have any gems in them. I'm not sure yet. Some of the moissanite guys seems to be a little popular for. Oh yeah, thank all for hitting the like, subscribe, thumbs up, and chatting. It all helps with the analytics a lot. Um, like they measure everything. And Will, I don't know if you heard, but the unboxing and setup video is currently uploading. It says it's got 20 minutes left and it's 30% done, but it's been uploading for like 3 hours. So I don't know. Thank you, Lindy. One second, I got a pair of pliers. Really help me for this type of thing. Need to get some more. Oh, is it up? Okay, well, maybe apparently, I guess the number was correct then, because I'm seeing that was about 35 minutes ago that I saw that, since I've been streaming for 30 minutes. Because I literally checked like right before I started looking or streaming. I was checking to see how many views it had gotten, if any. It seems to be a decent time slot. I don't know why. I kind of like the idea of a square, a very square top to this. However, regardless of all that, even this side out a little bit. It's always better to cut off too little than too much. Sometimes I forget I have this nifty little thing here. It's a lot easier. Ooh, however, since I am planning this to be a cast mold, it can't be a swiveling veil. It's gonna have to be built in. All right. So the one thing I'm trying to get used to again is I had to move around all my files and stuff, and that is really, put a crimp in my style. It's like I just gotten a set of or an organization on my files that worked, and now I have to square one again. Where's the gonna use a square and a half round file. The half round files also have a flat side, which is always nice. Hey Iris, not too bad. How are you doing? The more and more I think about it, Iris, I think that pendant would be a really cool project. I am seriously contemplating doing that pendant. Actually, it'll probably won't be one of the next shorts that comes out. I imagine the next one will be me melting some, you know, I'll probably break out a couple of these bad boys and melt them down. And 'cause everyone loves those shorts. I don't know about everyone, right? I'm not 100% sure that this is gonna be a better layout, but like my engraving ball was going to waste. And that's just one thing that was going to waste. And it just felt like this big thing that I had here was doing nothing for me. And I don't know, the room seems less oppressive in a way. I can't explain it. And then these I moved, and that's messing with me. What day of the week does it usually fall on? My saw still goes in the same place it's been going for some time. Mondays? Yeah, let me know next time you're doing one. Although, let's see. So it's a little thick in some spots. Oh yeah, Will. I just thought of something evil, Will. Just put so much like in video editing. I can also increase the sound of certain spot parts of the video, and so I'm just thinking like add to, or every time they're sawing, leave extra footage of it in the video and increase that. Like, it won't be long before a new scroll shot saw shows up on my doorstep. I'm keeping a lookout on Craigslist, buddy. 'Cause I know you hate the sound of the saw, so I am keeping a lookout for one. It's just I got to admit I am a little worried about the concept too. Uh, Scroll saws are scary. Especially with like wood, it'd be one thing. I'm not gonna say played, but like when I was a kid, my dad had a cabinet shop, had a scroll saw in it. He taught me how to use it, so on and so forth. Um, what scares me is the concept of doing this on metal. What happens if the blade snaps? Huh? I might. The only thing is that the only concern I have is I actually like and respect you as a jeweler. And you've taught me things for free as I've been growing and learning. And no, if the actual like the saw blade itself were to snap while I'm cutting. Um, but about anything I learn at one point or another gets passed through to my viewers in this channel and for free. I With the amount of research you put into it, I have no idea. I don't have a scroll saw yet. I just know that they're terrifying. My dad had a big one, Craftsman. And so, like I don't wanna step on your toes like that is the one thing that, like, I just wanna discuss that with you first because they do cut things real smooth, Iris. I would have had this thing cut out in no time with one. It would have been, although I don't know if you can actually back out of one. I've never tried that before, not to my knowledge. Yeah, we've kind of been looking into to them for this. Um, it's something that's just too far out of my range at the moment. Although there are some cheap ones. Cheap. I gotta stop using that word. I am trying really hard to stop using that word, guys. I don't like it. But then again, I don't like the word affordable too, because like I'll never forget the lady here who runs the like affordable housing commission or whatever it's called, basically telling us that a place that requires you to make 60,000 a year to rent from, like she said that's affordable, and we're like, that's not affordable. That's like middle class. And she's like, well, it's what I consider affordable, and like just kind of stonewalled us there. And it was just like ever since then, it's like, wow, yeah, it really depends on who is making the decision of what affordable is. Some people consider Bulgari affordable. Oh, really? That's dope. It's cool. So, like, you could literally be cutting in, change your angle, and then pull back out and cut out a V. That would be so oh. Yeah, and that we do that a lot with the jewelry saw, where we'll put a hole in it, and then we'll cut with this. I'm not surprised that it would work for a scroll saw, although depending on how difficult that thing is to, undo the blade and redo the blade, I might just use this saw for that type of thing. Okay, so this side needs a bit. I also need to get some silicone that doesn't reduce in size. Oh, that's neat. Okay. I have no idea what that is, Lindy. I haven't tried playing with any. I didn't know they make diamond saw blades. Although it shouldn't surprise me, I can see how that could be useful. Sorry, this part's taking so long, everyone. It always does, and this is something simple. That's okay. Once I get this work done, I shouldn't have to do it again. It's just so basic. That's okay. It can be basic. It doesn't need to be. That's okay. It can be basic. There's spiral blades. Oh, I'm I'm needing to get some more wax stuff. I've got 4 wax burrs, and that's what I'm working with. Although, uh, something that I'll be pointing out in one of the upcoming videos is they make files for cutting and saws for cutting wax and so on and so forth, and burrs. I've actually tested out all of my files, my saw, my burrs, and they all work. They all work just fine. Um, I might be a little hesitant to use like my mill grain stuff on it. I haven't done that yet, but yeah, like man, Will, now I'm gonna have to go look up these spiral blades. Sounds really cool. 3D printer. I think that's gonna have to be the next tool on the list, although I'm not sure. Hmm. Yeah, although I've got a bunch of old ones that I don't use. Um, that I tested them on, and they will transfer right back from doing wax to doing, well, I mean, think about it. This stuff's also meant to be used with files. Just I never do. But I remember reading it on the description a while back on Rio. I've tried it. I just don't notice any difference. I don't, yeah, right? Wait, what do you I don't. I would I yeah, I would be super interested in it, although I doubt I'm gonna get the opportunity. What uh, I'll talk to you about that after the stream, Lindy. But I would definitely be interested to hear more about that. Okay. I thought I turned that off because I have two. That's wonderful. I don't care. Oh, confused me at first because I know I turned this particular ringer off. It's the old phone that I used for a second camera sometimes that I was charging that is speaking out to me right now. Wow. Yeah, I think this time slot is much more conducive towards this. I also agree with your idea that it's probably best to do the mill graining afterwards. I'm hoping it's gonna be the same thing with the engraving side, or not gonna be the same with the engraving side. Because what I'm thinking I want to do is make a border. Oh, but that'd be so hard to get level inside there. I'm not that good with my flat gravers yet. I don't know. I'll have to put some more thought into how I'm gonna go about that part. Aggressive material removal off the top. I kinda wanna see what this thing looks like shiny. In a second, I'm gonna take some abrasive to the entire thing. Yeah, you probably would, and part of the issue I'm having is to get that flat surface, you have to take one of these where you've got and you basically have to go and just shave it off perfectly level. It can be done, might even be able to be done with my, you know, entry level graver, uh, with a lot of practice, I'm guessing. Don't quite have the time for that yet, for right now, unfortunately, because I'm a little behind. But I really like the idea of it. I gotta find a place to put that. Use a flat file and hold the piece and run it on top to. Oh, yeah, I do that from occasion. I don't know why I didn't think of that with this. Because it's not a full plate, and I'm not trying to take off very much material. That's good enough. I haven't gotten that part set up yet, but I'm very close. I actually have the space almost fully cleared off for it. That was like a pile of just stuff there. So I'm getting close to that part. And it's in easy reaching distance too. Don't ever get one of these caught up in your shirt. Oh crap. That's right. I need a big file that's got a finer cut to the teeth. Thank you, Will. Oh, yeah, or your hair. I always keep mine in a ponytail anymore, but thinking back to my younger years when I didn't believe in ponytails, oh, that could suck really badly. Your shirt will break your machine, which, funny thing, Lindy, you'll get a kick out of this. So, I use this, as you know, for my flex shaft. Rio Grande is selling the base of these. Harbor Freight actually clearanced them out. They don't have them anymore. They were selling them before the clearance for $50. Harbor Freight is selling the same machine without the guards, without the flex shafts, just the base middle machine with the wheels for almost $70 right now. I think it's like 65 or something. But at least I know where to get parts for this for now, so I can afford a legitimate, decent flex shaft. Although I'm learning, I don't know, I can't use foot pedals very well. Partially, I don't have the room for them, and my body just don't like working with them very much. No, it's Harbor Freight. Ooh, ah. I was looking at that, Iris. I'm hoping to find that one of those used for like $30 or something right now. Yeah, well, when you're trying to do microscopic work, um, it's really hard to use this as your tool piece to get that like tenth of a millimeter precision that you have to have for setting gemstones. But other than that, I totally can agree with you. The Dremel is so much better for a lot of things. I use it for the finish polishing. Sometimes I'll use it for this, although I do so much of this, it's just easier to work with this thing. Yeah, I had the Dremel first, man. And then I got this thing because I needed something that was lighter to use and didn't need a battery charging every 30 minutes. They actually make, yeah, I was gonna say they have a flex shaft attachment. It it doesn't fit the Dremel that I have. I've thought about using one. I mean, I got one, but it didn't fit my Dremel, so I ended up passing it on. So I don't need just to have a perfect polish right now. What I just want to see is if the symmetry is going to bug me as much when it doesn't have all the black spots and stuff on it. Because I have learned with that will actually mess up my symmetry more than I will. is me trying to fix symmetry problems that don't actually exist. Hang it from the ceiling. Kind of. It has this slower mode, and then if I can show it like this, you can kind of hear the difference. It's supposed to be gradual. I'm not sure how gradual it really is, though. Someday I'll get an actual Fordham one. I got one of the Harbor Freight ones one time, and it burned out within an hour. And I was like, man, it doesn't even have, because these two wheels have so many freaking uses. Um, I'm not saying I wouldn't switch to a full flex shaft, but it would have to have a lot of uh, different benefits that this does not currently have. I have to get another pair of nylons. Yeah, you know, uh, I've got a really thrash set here somewhere. I stopped needing them for my wire wrapping as much because I started using files and abrasives. There they are. Nylon. Oh, have a good one, Lindy. Simple nylons. They definitely have their uses. Although, Will, now that you kind of say it, I want to One of these days, I'm gonna have to do a video showing like the process of making a decent ring that has like pave diamonds or whatever in it, with nothing but a hammer, a pair of pliers, the torch, of course, and maybe a Dremel, and like a battery operated pain in the ass Dremel without the attachment. Part of me wants to be like that one godly jeweler in India who, using a torch, well, here's his tool set. You've got the then you've got a chisel, a hammer. His is a lot bigger than the one I use. And a torch. I think that's. Oh, and he also uses a piece of pottery, like a broken shard of pottery. Genius, absolute freaking master. He makes some pretty complicated stuff with it too. It's impressive. Actually, Iris showed one of those wonderful, amazing, yeah. Casting. It's a simple pendant to cast. And it was requested. Actually, okay, it was requested in stream, but it has been requested a lot at the markets. And since part of the whole casting thing is getting a cheaper product that's more palatable to the masses, I don't know. I've done crosses before. But if I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it perfect. Something, you know. It will. We both know that, like, unfortunately, I kind of have to do that thing. Yes, I can. Give me $1,000. I'll do it right now. I know, I know. I'd never do that to you, bro. I'd never. To be fair, while that might actually kind of go against my personal beliefs, I will say that um, I actually do plan to make an Allah pendant, a Hamsa pendant, um, a Star of David, because while I don't necessarily agree with all the messages from religion, there are a lot of good ones that can come from it. I'm still trying to figure out what to make for my fellow Taoists, but like it's kind of self-defeating because the whole material possession thing, like the concept of having a blinged out fucking yin yang for a Taoist just seems hypocritical. Actually, there's no like it is hypocritical for yeah. Yes, it's about as close to an actual philosophy religion that I can actually identify with. And it's complex. Um, not the old fucking mystical. Well, I don't know. Like I do wonder, but not the like Jade Emperor mystical dragon bullshit. But just the concept of not being tied down. Something that held over from my days being homeless. If you ever want to hear a really, really, fuck, I hear that a lot. Um, Interesting story that is, it's actually based on the life of someone who ended up immigrating to America. Um, the Chronicles of Tao. It's a really interesting story, and it kind of makes you rethink some things, check some beliefs, maybe. And again, the Chinese were always more practical. They really didn't deny that it was about controlling the peasantry, I guess would be the way they said it. They used the terms masses. I don't know. Asia's got some super interesting history and philosophies, and especially when you're a nerd, and I'm a nerd. Hey, cousin. That's another art form that I know is I know how to bead like peyote stitch and such. I just don't do it because it's like it's slow compared to this. Very, very, very slow. All right, make a bill for this thing, and mm, I'm gonna I'm gonna make my latex mold of it first, but then I'll put a ruby up in this one, or maybe one of the ones that I cast, and we'll send it out to you for the birthday. Why can't I remember your name at this moment? You know who you are. I I could see that. Oddly enough, it's actually what made me look at the better virtues that can be found in Christianity. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying all of it is. I am just saying that there are some really okay things that are in there. Same with the Quran. Although the Sikhism, I find super interesting. Um, the philosophy behind it, because they do not. Or I love the fact that they have the world's largest free soup kitchen, basically, and that they have a waiting list for volunteering on it that's years long. Like, there's something beautiful about that to me. Pro, yeah, see, and there's another thing that I'm gonna end up doing on this casting journey that we all know, and if I haven't said it before, then I'll say it now. I don't really believe in is the whole astrology thing. You bet your ass I'm gonna be making some astrological pendants and rings because that shit sells like candy. I don't know. Somebody recently told me that, or pointed out, even the big brands like Cartier and Bulgari and all of them who do them freaking amazing ass pendants and necklaces and rings and fucking bras. Like, was it Cartier made a multi-million-dollar bra or something? Ridiculous. I want to make one. But they also always do a lot of more. Ooh, have to check that one out, Iris. They do a lot of more simple and, again, affordable designs, like the Alhambra, which is just the four-leaf clover with the very cheap mineral plate in it, and it's gold. And they've got like four of those, and they charge. I mean, they make a couple $1,000 and they cast the whole thing. Okay, so for this here, what I want to do is solder that together. I want to make sure it's going to be flat right off the bat because then I'm going to solder it to the tip of this cross. And yep, birthstones. I was going to do 12 of these right out the bat with every birthstone in them. And then, see if I can do. What the fuck? Why am I feeling withdrawals? and then see if I can. I haven't been clean for 5 years. Just let the withdrawals stop. Sorry, they never end, guys. No matter how long. Um, but yeah, it'd be nice to be able to do these for like $40 with a gemstone in them. I don't know if I'm going to be able to actually pull that off, but we'll see. This might be the only part that gets a little messy in the cast. I'm not sure yet how to do it. I might just have to drill through it. We'll see. But anyway, I've got my flux, which I'm using this new My Tea flux from Rio Grande. Oh, yeah. Something else. Mm. Are you a turquoise man, Will? Oh, I know you're a Tanzanite fan, but I do believe turquoise is also utilized for that particular month. I'm gonna pull out a decent sized chunk of hard solder for this. Identifies Tanzanite. There we go. Brother, I you can identify however you like here. Cool little trick. You can dip this right into your flux, and it will just like flux on the tip of it. I'm well here. Think we got the hard solder on this. I am forgetting something that makes this a lot easier. You just take two of these little pins and now that stopped sliding away from me. I feel like that is a flimsy ass solder. And so, even though I know it's going to require me to use a dumb amount of solder or possibly waste solder, I'm going to pull out a couple extra pieces of longer. This is medium just because I don't want to mess around with it. I just want it to like solder the way I want it to. Yeah, there we go. Now I'm going to go flip it over. Coat this piece of solder up with some flux. Boom. Now I'm going to have to file that off. That's okay. You're always supposed to turn your oxygen off first. It'll prevent that popping more. And then, yeah. Jeez, I got a lot to do today. And I'm just like, I just want to live stream for the rest of the day. This seems to be a much more popular time for people. Is it that it's convenient? You guys just have nothing else to do today? Like, should I start doing these Saturday or Sunday streams more often? Especially if I can find a way to like not need to do the market at all, which would mean I need at least $200 in sales more a week because that's about what it averages out to. Like, I'm sorry, I do not recognize your number. I will call you back later. I don't see any texts I don't recognize. Sorry about that. Um, but yeah, like I'll have weeks at a time, 3, 4 weeks where I don't get any sales doing the farmer markets. And when you have the risk of things possibly getting stolen, which I've had more prevalence lately, or things breaking because you're outside, it just seems like it's not as worth it. I'm doing a 25% off sale right now just to see if maybe that'll drive enough. If I can drive enough in this next month that I'm gonna do a festival next weekend to my knowledge. And then I have an indoor gallery event on a Friday night. But other than that, I'm hoping to actually take the rest of the summer season off. I'm kind of hoping so, and maybe it's not necessarily doing the extra live streams, doing um the extra videos that I could get out from that. Because normally Saturday's pretty much wasted. Sundays sometimes wasted, and almost always Mondays for me after a market. Apparently, through my homelessness, I successfully conditioned my body to accept combat mode, so I don't crash the next day, but the day after. So once I rest, like that first day of rest, I can get a little bit done, but the day after that, my body just falls to pieces on me. But yeah, definitely. Um, F that file. Put my cat back on my flux for now. I, actually, I released a video during this live stream on accident, Iris. I tried to release the video before, but whoops. But speaking of which, after the video, if y'all want to head over to the unboxing and setup of the casting machine, it works. And actually, something really cool about it, besides the fluid, which isn't that big of a deal, I didn't have like when I set up the graver, I had to run around to like Harbor Freight, Ace, and Lowe's to get everything I needed for it. Besides having to run to AutoZone to get some pneumatic or the vacuum pump fluid, this thing works right out the box. That's really cool. Like, or at least it seems to. We'll find out for sure. But I did um, turn it on and make sure it pressurizes and stuff, and it does. So therefore, it's going to be working better than the system I had in place before it. so stoked about that casting machine, like, I think I did, like, 3 shout out thank yous or 2 to you will in that thing because I was just so happy. I really like even the struggle of getting it set up, which, when you're disabled, that can be a pain in the ass, but just so stoked and happy about it. Thank you so much, man. It meant the world. Like, last year, I had to buy my own Christmas present stuff. I asked my grandma for a loan and then used that and I paid that back. Proud of myself for that. Alright. Let's do this thing quick polish and just see if it is ready. I feel like this here should be fixed, but at the same time, I'm also like, should it? Because I don't know that I actually believe this thing. Hey guys, give me 1 second. I just saw that. Okay, I remember who you are. I'll get back to you here when I get done with this stream. Had to make sure it wasn't an emergency. Anyway, like, I feel like when this casts, that's gonna be cast as, like, one solid piece unless eh, can't hurt to try and get it to work out the right way. I want this to float somewhere near me, like, at all times. I need to find a way to have this, like, right next to me. Only flaw currently in my setup. If you click, there should be a downward arrow next to the, bell button. If you click that, sometimes it'll tell you all videos or there's customized things to it. Um, I have a feeling Iris knows how to, fix it better than or, fix that particular problem. I agree, Will. Doesn't hurt to fix it. If it doesn't cast the way that I'm hoping it will, big deal. right. That does make sense. I appreciate it. And actually, if after the stream, if everybody could check out the video that I uploaded today about the, like, even if you just like set your phone down and walk away um for a couple minutes, just I'm trying to build a little bit on the analytics, but I'm also not wanting to do it like unauthentically. That's why I don't go hire those view peoples, although I've thought about it. People have recommended it. I just can't bring myself to do it. Although I have this sneaky suspicion that somebody did it for me at one point in time and never told me they did it, because we had that massive bit of growth. Huh. That's unfortunate. We had a massive growth spurt there where like 3 of my videos got over 10,000 views, or I think 2 got over 10,000. One of them broke 20 grand, and then one's at like 7.5. But then it all just kind of evened out on me. So I don't know what really, I still can't explain what happened there, but all of a sudden I had 3 videos just take the fuck off. We're still gaining about 50 subs a month. We were getting 50 a week for at that period in time. I would love to get another one of whatever that was to happen, but slowly but surely we'll get there. Just trying to keep putting out consistent material, and that can be really, well, day in, day out. Okay. After this, I might do a. I want to say a set of earrings, but I might do one earring. We'll see. I'm playing with things. Oh, what? A lot. At least you get those. A lot of people don't get them. And I'm really still trying not to compete with Yvonne, just because A, I don't want to lose my moderators. B, I actually kind of like being part of that stream, or, chilling out and watch her stream, but it is a really good spot. I think this might be a better spot though if I can manage to pull it off. I don't know how it's going to work with the winter markets though, because those are usually, at least before Christmas, much better. So since the whole point of this is to do work now that I won't have to do later, I'm not going to specifically install a gemstone, but I'm going to drill the hole in the middle and even burr out a little extra just so that there is a good spot to do that. Something simple, Iris. All right. Whoops. That's more like it. I forget. These fine-toothed ones should only go in one direction if you don't want them to get effed up. Being that they cost like either 15 or 25 a file, they really get which reminds me, I also want to break my edge and angle it out. I'm gonna do that as well, and then kind of polish, and then drill a hole, and yeah. Shit, there I go again. Which is why I think a lot of jewelers get in the habit of only using their files in the one direction, no matter what kind of file it is, just because you don't have to like try and force yourself to do an action that feels unnatural. Some of them are all right. I actually have the entire frame and earring hook part for a set of wire wrapped earrings sitting on my desk. Been there for like 6 months. Can't bring myself to do anything with them. Part of me wants to take and set like one of these in them just to be like, yeah, I put a big ass diamond up in those earrings. Not worth it. All right, monster, go. Now that I think back on earlier comment, Will, like I knew you were joking, but I don't know why I forgot that you dislike that guy as much as I do. But hey, why not grift? Shit, I'd have made the gold seatbelts for his plane if I coulda. That'd have been so cool. Just from the artisan point of view, like I don't care who it is. If somebody came up to me and they were like, I need 15 solid gold, I'm on it. You don't even got to finish that statement. I'll do it. It's the price. Yeah, I need a 10-ounce bar for actually, I no, because a 10-ounce bar is only like that. Like, I believe a 10-ounce bar is smaller than this. I'm not sure because I've never actually held a full 10-ounce bar, but I remember that 10-gram bar was tiny. Like it's smaller than one my friend gave me. Like carry around with me just to remember about it, but like it was. And this thing's thin, about the same. It was like that much. It was tiny. Like gold does not. It does not go very far. Well, uh, yeah, I got to take that one down, but I I feel it. I really do. Oh, fuck it. I don't care. Ain't that big of That ain't a big deal. I ain't taking that down. That ain't fucking worth worrying about. I'm working in luxury goods that don't have an impact. Although with the plans that I have in the future, like if somebody wants to give that money to me, I'll take it because I'm gonna do some good with it someday. Hell, apparently I'm already doing good now. Giving some disadvantaged people information, it might help them break out of those circumstances. Also, I don't, Lindy, you are killing my fucking stream. 1 second. Crap. Hopefully uh, that's the only text I'll get. Hopefully, Lindy sent me a picture. I'm like, ah, crashing stream. Um, yeah, I know. It one text message, man. That's all it takes. Especially if it's a picture message, it'll crash the stream like with a vengeance. Someday I'm gonna start a full school. Ooh, that would have been a good name for how to fly a sign properly. If you're in Vegas, what you do is write on a piece of cardboard. Alright, She's such a sweet lady. She's so kind. Um, I met her probably 2 years back, um, when I or no, maybe I guess yeah, no, it was 2 years now. Holy crap. Um, During my second winter market, she was vending there, and it just started because I guess it was a year ago, year and a half ago, because I had just really started like soldering and stuff. And she gave me some advice on like, for instance, back then I had no difference what hard, medium, easy, extra easy meant when it came to solders or how to use them. She taught me that, and just would give me free advice as I was going. Uh, Really sweet lady, and she does some cool stuff too. A lot more of the traditional silversmithing. Oh, he had some stones that beat me. I'm gonna have to start freaking actually bartering with my clients or with my suppliers. Just don't see any other way to do it. Getting better gemstones. Those guys negotiate like fucking Rolex sharks, I swear. Alrighty. Well, I hope that's not a sign of porosity. That would suck. Well, it won't matter. Even if it is porosity, I'm just drilling a hole. All right. Let's see here. For this particular piece, I want to make sure this isn't too big of a drill. 1.6. It is pretty big, but we're talking a 3.5 mil, 3.2. That's a little too big. I just not quite comfy with that. So I have a couple of the drill bits. I'm gonna grab probably the one I use most in my stone setting, which is just a 1 millimeter bit. This is the only downside to this system is a good system has the same way of actually most of them have a button. You just push the button, pull out the the bit that you were using, put in the next one, release the button, and you're good. That would be really nice. Originally, I got this for the Dremel, hoping that it would install on this because it's basically like you just twist on it, but didn't quite work out that way for me. And it fits all sizes. I have all 3 different size bits, which I keep a little thing for. And boom. Hey, just out of curiosity, I want to make sure the chat, I'm not seeing any updates. Can somebody just like throw a letter or a emoji? Perfect. I'm so used to doing this under a microscope that it almost it doesn't feel right that I'm drilling this hole right now without it being under magnification. Probably not a good idea to use nylons to hold it. This process generates a lot of friction. The science savvy will know friction causes heat. The medically initiated know that heat causes burns. Vicious cycle. My jazz. I'll check out that. Yeah, we'll just read. Thank you, everyone. I wonder if that helps the analytics if you guys just like spam nonstop for like the whole time. I don't know. It's just a thought that because it does monitor things like chat rate. It gives me the analytics afterwards for things like chat rate and so on and so forth. How many people were chatting? How often? I don't necessarily want to manipulate it, but I would be interested to know how it actually plays out. You know, it'd almost be fun to just start a YouTube channel just to figure that type of shit out. Like that's the whole point of the YouTube channel is fighting YouTube's analytics. Right. And this is ready. Yes. Which, in hindsight, that might have been foolish. You guys are finding some cool ones. It does show up in there, and yeah, in hindsight, that might have been foolish to do this, but I do plan to basically make all of these with as many different birthstones as I can pull off. So fingers crossed. But this here would be the now also the one issue I have with this is how to explain this. And I'm trying to figure out how to beat this right now. So I have a fair amount of cabs with that buddy. Meow, meow, meow. You don't normally talk to me. What what are you doing over there? Huh? Hey man. What's up? Hi. Being adorable. My buddy. I'm sorry guys, I get distracted by my cat because he's adorable. Yo, what are you doing? Being good? Stay off the gems. You know that. He's a good boy though. Going back. Um well shit. I have a lot of cabochons and a lot of actually this here's a perfect example. So let's say I want to make a cast of for all these little synthetic sapphires that I have. It's little. They're all like 2 characters. Uh, I wish I had. I'm gonna have to look at one of these a little better anyway. Um, the cast the mold shrinks. So what I the cross that comes out will actually be slightly smaller, not a lot, but a little bit. Yes, you did hear him, uh, which is rare for him. He doesn't talk much. So I can't just make a pendant for this and then expect it to be the same size as all of these. However, I don't know by how much it shrinks. So I don't know if I make it for this, will it shrink enough to work for these? It's a hellish game. I got these for like $1 a piece in a bag of scraps, so I'm pretty sure none of them are real. But if any one of them ever is, I'm rich. Let me get the latex. I'll show you guys how this casting thing works. No need to have my copper out of the room. Copper, silver, and gold. I got it all. Right. Latex. Silicone? Silicone. It's not latex. Do I put this? from my roommate. Trash cans can be used to set things on. I never learned that from my roommate. Like, simple thing to learn. Um, no, I got no problem. Shit, I come out like everywhere. All right, so trying to remember how I cast this the last time, and I feel like I did it in two parts. Because it'll just sink to the bottom if I do it in one part. This mold is probably going to get a little bit of free silver floating along with it in the rubber for the rest of its life. Okay. That's cool. I'm actually really liking the Sunday stream too. Uh, this actually might be our de facto stream, and then Friday might be more of the bonus one, or the Friday, Thursday, whatever day. But I think we might actually switch the official weekly streams to Sunday. At 3 to. I mean, shit. I feel like I could do this for another 4 or 5 hours. But some streams really do wear me down physically quickly. So there is that. I'm gonna have to break this stuff out one of our holiday streams for Sabella to make some jokes about. Blood and yeah, go Nirvana. Now it says you can demold this in 20 minutes or 30 minutes, but I actually find that it's best to give it uh, that 10-minute sit and then you dump. Oh shit! No, that was dumb. Come on now. I might have to mix it a little bit in here, but that's all right. And I also think that might cut back on the shrinkage problem that I was talking about. If it fully cures with the piece inside, um, I feel like that could have a huge benefit to things. Now I'm gonna wash out all these as soon as I pour this first layer, and then I'll wait 10 minutes, drop this in, and pour in the second layer. All right, that was way more than I needed. Back here. No. I think 5 and 5 will work in the future. So I need 10 and 10 roughly. I wonder if I should vacuum it. I think 2 streams could work, maybe a 2 hour or less on Thursday and Friday, and then later stream. Yeah, that makes sense. I think for a lot of us that'll be the case because, like, if I've got a festival or something, no, I don't. Which is something I advocate for anyone doing this. I probably am just being stupidly foolish right now. The fact that I live in a basement, and, for air conditioning, my windows closed, so on and so forth. I don't have an exhaust system. You really should be doing this with an exhaust system. You know how much an exhaust system costs, man? I do have it. Give me 1 second. I gotta wash out this old stuff real quick. I'll show you my detector. So those are gonna have to fully harden and set. Sorry, no, I was trying to wash my stuff out in my hands. Uh, no, my detector is on my roof in my room. A little, yeah. I only do that while I'm basically whenever I got to do a pour for metal. Like because it'll go. Actually, my vape will set that motherfucker off. Let alone cooking. No, it shouldn't. Hey, there's nothing harmful at all. Okay, gonna let that harden a little more. Although I feel confident that it'll be good to go here pretty short. Popcorn lung? I mean, I smoked for like 10 years, 15 years. I smoked for 15 years. I didn't even mean to start vaping. Or no, I meant to start vaping. I didn't mean to quit smoking. I just got a vape for the winters because, who wants to have to go out and stand on a glacier to smoke a cigarette and I won't smoke in my house? But I'd be lying if I said that I didn't want to quit sooner or later. Forgot to. Okay. Hmm, that might work. Still trying to get everything figured out placement wise. It's a process. the bezel pushers and the thing I used to make gemstones explode. Yeah, it was tragic. Yeah, it just sinks still. I'm just gonna let that chill for a bit until I think it's set enough for the pendant to sit on. Although while that's happening, I should. So you can make these so you can just have a sprue on them right off the bat, so you don't have to do that either. I might as well put one of those on real quick, just to make it so when the mold is complete, I don't have to attach it at that point. I'd really like it if my wax stuff was within reach. Although I guess it will be once I get the floor mat and my thing will just or my chair will just roll across the way. So I'm either going to use that or that. I think I'm going to use this. It's a little thicker, which should give about a perfect, the exact effect I'm wanting. Now I'm trying to find the torch that I used for this sort of thing. No, I'm not talking to him anymore. It's all right. Hmm. I have a piece of copper. Hey, Laura. This sort of thing. How are you doing today, Laura? You would. What though? Oh, wow. My cutters went through that like it was wax, I guess. Oh no, sorry to hear that. Yeah, and then I've also got a couple of those videos showing the cool process around. Hmm, I'm having a trouble thinking. Quenching. I've got some cool slow motion quenching videos too. And I gotta say, this is actually turning out to be a lot harder than I had expected it to be. I'm gonna see if this works. But you're just using like regular video capture that you can find in your like. For me, it's on Android, so it's in my drop down menu. At least that's what I've assumed that you're using. I'm sorry. I hope your friend is okay, Laura. Ah, perfect. So now I just tried to set something on this and it made a pretty delineated line. So I'm going to get a pair of my tweezers because at this point I feel like I have better dexterity control with tweezers. I wouldn't say that. There's a good pair for it. Okay. Just a little longer than I really needed it to be. Cut that excess off. Cover that here shortly. Now, I don't want to take too long with this, but boom. And so now it just sits there a little bit. I'm going to mix up the second part of this. Actually, I know exactly what to use for measuring because I got just more than I will ever need. It's just finding the right one. Yeah, that doesn't fit very good. Yank out the insert. These gem jars, a lot of times, they just don't fit together very well. Perfect for measuring and so forth. Yeah, yeah. Normally, I actually would not do this on my bench, but since I'm recording it, it does kind of necessitate it, unfortunately. more than enough. I am making a mold for a pendant, this little cross pendant that I made, to then cast smaller copies of said pendant. At least at this moment. After that, I'm probably gonna make and try to make a simple earring or two. But one of them I'm gonna be. Unfortunately, it doesn't tell me which is which, so I do need to get more of this stuff eventually. I think this will allow me to make 3 or 4 of these, though, at the minimum. And on further reflection, trying to wash these out is probably silly when I can just let it dry and then I can dump on or just peel out the silicone mold or the silicone when it's dried. So yeah, there's that. Well, that will have to do. Although what I'm gonna cheat by tilting it ever so slightly. Um, it felt a little low one spot. I'm hoping I made this mix this well enough. We'll find out. Now this I am gonna put somewhere out of my way. I don't perfect. Well, maybe not perfect, but good enough. Good night, Laura. Have a good one. What fumes? I don't even smell anything, man. From this, like it doesn't even give a warning that you need to do this in a well ventilated area. Gives like it says don't eat it. Now the metal on the other hand is super toxic. Those fumes can cause sickness. Thankfully, I haven't had to deal with that, but I know I know a jeweler. Yeah, I'm a car jeweler. Kind of similar situation as me. She had to take like 3 weeks to get some equipment. But Lindy's got good ventilation. If uh, if I can put the equipment together, I'll keep my eyes open because when I was doing the whole medical marijuana thing, I built the cooling system we had for our lights using some really cheap fan from Amazon. I don't even know if it was. I don't know if it was from Amazon. I don't think Amazon was Amazon. But no, you are completely right. Iris, they probably could be. Um, the trick with that is going to be in the getting them to be identical. So far, I haven't even been able to do that with casting, so I am slightly concerned about trying to do this, but this will work. It seems to be general consensus among a lot of the really, really high end wire wrappers that I know that uh, you just you can't replicate exactly. Now, with that said, I mean I've made earrings. I know others who have made earrings. It's totally possible. Speaking of mini pendants, a couple of frames I can blast up real quick. But yeah, it's trial and error. This whole thing has been trial and error. Um, keep my eyes open for a good fan system so I can generate some better airflow. yeah, getting the post and the backs part is going to be difficult. Thankfully, in sterling, I've got a lot of backs, but I don't have any in gold. So if I want to make a pair or cast them in gold, I'm gonna need to get me some. Well, I can make them out. I know how to make the earring backs. It's a pain in the butt. Oh, I'm sure it's possible. And to be fair, like I see ladies who wear like 10 earrings and none of them are matching. So my worry about them just not matching is probably unnecessary. But it's definitely one of the things that has intimidated me uh, from earrings. Okay, got those. Oh yeah, I wanted a fresh sheet to draw on. All right, so request number two was for something more my thing. I can jive with that. Now, earrings might not necessarily be my thing, but we can sure make them my thing. I'm feeling something kind of steampunky. Now that does require usually another tone, or at the very minimum, like doing this in gold. But I'm gonna try to do steampunk in silver. I can't say pro. It's been in the works for some time now. I just I don't like that, but I do have a gear that I made. I'll see what I can do on getting us some sterling silver gears. I've got an idea. I think I can make it work. It's just casting them. They're gonna have to be super thick. But I'm really loving the idea of this bolt, actually. But I would have to start by like everything look like come over here off to the side to do this because I don't want the steel, even though I do use the magnet to get it out, I just don't want that in my silver. And it's easier to make it so any dust that comes off does so on the side. You know what, though? I think if I'm going to turn this into a pendant, it deserves its own video. Or at the very minimum, a short. I'm going to do it, though. Ooh. That might not cast super well. I'm going to have to go look up how they do the aluminum casting in India. Because they're always doing gears. So I have an octagon shape, kind of. Maybe this might be a better pendant. I'm not positive. Sorry about that. Give you a close-up view of the back of my head, my bald spot. Okay, so I drew that. And by scratching this in, it makes it so that I can then use a marker to kind of draw what I'm wanting to do. And if I don't like it, I can just go over with the abrasive wheel and that is that. An abrasive eraser. I like this concept because even if it doesn't work out as a earring, it's gonna look okay as a pendant. Only way reason I'm slightly second guessing myself right now is corner. But after they cast, I can pretty much just solder on to them, although I do fear that this might be. I think this is too thick. So I'm going to start over. Thank you, Iris. This one's going to be a pendant, but I'm going to cast it for earrings. Although, since whatever gets done with it after the casting will make the difference, I'll be able to cast it either or. Also, something cool that I thought of for this, so I can make like a piece like this, prongs on it, and the stuff that make the setting, and make them so they can connect to each other easily, and then I can easily cast a whole bracelet. And that will take, because the labor time on making a bracelet would have been like 2 weeks straight, which is why I haven't really been doing any, at least because I don't I don't know how to not put gems in things. I'm actually not sure, but there might be some sort of like physical law to the universe that prevents me from being able to put gems, or that prevents me from being able to make something that doesn't have gems in it. I'm not exactly sure. Cyrus, what kind of crafting project are you working on today? Sorry, Will. I'll get this part over quickly, hopefully, so you don't have to hear your least favorite sound too much more today. Shit. The things you can get away with saying in emoji. Support, I gotta add make colors. Right on. All right. Is it like a house or something, or are you making a palace? Like what you doing on that front? But I don't eat ramen much anymore. But that actually sounds good. It's been over 3 years since I've had a ramen. I wish I could make myself eat it more, but that is a bit of a struggle. Actually, this is my breakfast and lunch, or well, breakfast and dinner. That was one of those fucking wax things. I just saw on Gym Shopping Network a ring that was one of those ones that it seems like they just do in wax first, and then they make their mold with that. You'd be surprised about the things you have to send. Yeah, that's cool, Iris. Sounds like a neat project. You right over there, buddy? Mm, big hobby. Mm, setup is gonna bug me. Yeah, a lot of those things, they don't put much into the finishing process, like, 'cause that you know, it's gonna come out slightly different every time, and it takes a human to go through and look at each look and find each of those imperfections and then to rectify them. Um, it's the same in jewelry, it's just in jewelry, the prices are high enough where usually they can afford to have someone go look at that unless it's Temu, at which point I'm pretty sure it's, like, printed out en masse, casted, stones glued in, probably via machine. Like, I think it's all machine done. My favorite quality control ever was for the jewels. Yeah, um, you see this guy who basically he has to take a hit off of every jewel, and I'm thinking like, "Oh my god," 'cause I'm used to a pretty high nicotine, but even putting it down all the way to, like, a 6%, cool. That's cool. Yeah, the whole, figurine thing somehow is, fairly big. Oh, what? Can I have molten wax fall on this? I think that actually looks half decent like that. This is the only major complaint I have about rolling my own stuff. You see that spot in the middle where it looks different? That's because it's lower there, and I have to file it even. That takes a lot more work than one would think. I've tried hammering it like flatter, it just doesn't work. Like those little minutes, it actually makes it worse. Or so far it has for me. I need to do something like that and make myself a little gemstone shrine, just because I need something. Yeah, see, like I can do this for hours and it won't fucking like it is such a slow fucking process. And they do have machines that will roll it out perfectly flat, and dies for it and stuff. I just, can't afford it. That's it. You can make the cheaper machines work. You just gotta put a little more time and effort into it. That sucks. It'd have to be a fairly large tower. I could probably decorate a whole wall. Actually, if I spread them out inch by inch, like give 1 square inch to each one, I could probably do my ceiling and all my walls in my bedroom. It would be the most epic paint job ever. Jesus, I'm about to just say F this. Actually, I am saying F this because it will solder that gap. Yeah, I ain't doing it. I ain't spending 6 hours on that to get the exact same result. Now the only question is, do I add just a little bit of frippery to this? Like, just a little, maybe. Say so here we have the design for the earring as it stands currently. What I'm gonna do is make 2 of these as close to identical as possible. That sucks. What do you guys think? And then I think I'm gonna bend them in like so, or should I just say, "Meh, they're good," or "It's good"? Yeah, I'm thinking of having, but it's also, like, really not necessary either, and adds a lot of Well, yeah, that's exactly what I was saying. It's just I can completely leave it out too if I want to. Like, that is absolutely an option to just do it like this. Should I? 'Cause I there's no need, like, but then I guess, yeah, that's boring. I might as well add in a little extra pizzazz to them. I don't know if that is going to work, but I think this will. Having 'em meet together underneath might be pushing it for me, just a little too much pain in the ass, or getting them to meet together. Um, Symmetry is murder. Although I did a fairly good job making these symmetrical. This feels, yeah. That guess if I'm gonna do that, I might as well just add one little extra. Yeah. And uh, yeah, that's the majority of what social media really has been, Iris. Uh, in my opinion, it's one reason why I'm actually pretty okay staying kind of off of it. Don't get me wrong, like there's a business aspect that I recognize it's necessary for, but heck, one reason that I am being more productive now than I've managed to do in like 2 or 3 days, it seems like is because I'm not able to look at the phone. You guys might actually get a few more live streams just to help me get back out of this depression that friend, yeah, that whole thing caused. I mean, that's pretty much a perfect description of what all video games are. Um, Most social media, like I try heavily to keep an educational quality to this channel because while I do want it to be entertaining, I I care a lot about it being useful and educational. Yeah, yeah. That that that's gonna yeah. I don't like drinking Pepsi. Oh, I opened another box. All right, so I'll break open my. With a color like that, you know it's toxic. Like the color I expect. Huh. I mean, I've seen exactly that in the past from street performers that I've known. Um, Actually, you've probably seen a couple of them on television. Uh, for instance, when I was in Vegas, I actually met some of the people on the Jabberwocky. I think that was what it was called, dance team, and they would just have a bucket there with and they would sit there in like an NPC type stance, just chilling and waiting until enough people threw money in that bucket, and then they would do a routine. Okay, so I put the borax on, or the boric acid. This isn't borax; it's actually boric acid and something else. I'm sure that makes it a little more like 10 more shades of toxic, but is what it is. See, actually, a little more contemplation on this because I've done enough of this at this point. probably so I put it up on these posts, and what that does is it allows me to put fire at it from 2 different directions. I doubt I'm gonna actually need to do that with this, but it has been super effective in the past for some things. Oh, yeah, you're gonna play this fucking game with me? And then I'm gonna use medium flow solder and a different pair of tweezers. Apparently, once they get that, boric acid on them, they're burnt, so that's a learning experience. I should have another pair of tweezers sitting around somewhere, but they're there. Good old trustees. Don't let boric acid touch these ones. I've known a couple statues too. You can get them to break character sometimes. Some of them really don't want to make them break character unless it's because you gave them money. I personally feel like anyone who's gonna fuck with a street performer just to harass them, like, well, you might have one of these days it's gonna get turned on somebody where, someone's gonna be like, well, I was afraid for my life. So right now I'm heating from the bottom to help turn the solder into a liquid and have it connect to the bottom first. That can be a little difficult. I love it when, it's supposed to be medium solder and somehow my fucking silver is actually melting before the solder does. I have a solution to this. That's all flux. And it's meant to work with solders that need a high heat to work. And it's been a jiffy. That's actually like I knew I needed to change my flux. I didn't know to what, and Lindy hooked me up with a trial amount. Like she filled this bottle up about that much, like about a finger, and it was enough for me to know that that was what I needed. Got her. And then the thing I don't like about that flux is it does not like coming off easy. Although there are times where I really like that too, or that I would have liked it. Uh, but all those times I was using the borax and you know, it works so poorly that like this stuff works so well. I've completely changed the solder that I use now. Yeah, yeah, I've heard of that. I've seen a couple of them get effed up pretty good, and that's a risk that you are taking if you're gonna make somebody think that their life or even personal injury, that you might cause them personal injury. Like, I really think, because I've seen a couple of those videos and I'm like, yeah, I can't fault that person for beating that YouTuber's ass. They kind of had it coming. Actually, no, they flat out had it coming. They're lucky they haven't got. Never mind, because that's actually something I'm holding in my back pocket in case it ever happens to me. I'll make a little money off of them if I ever get the opportunity. Not a malicious amount, but I'd be like, listen here. I discovered this new gig. It could be really bad for you, or you could just like give me enough funding for my fucking channel to work for like 6 months. Let me get myself set up and be secure, and we'll forget this ever happened. Wait, I pretended like I was robbing you and you legally robbed me? Yep, that's what happened. Shit, I saw your ass doing your thing like 2 blocks back and put myself in your way just to engineer this. No, I wouldn't go that far, but I like. I think my favorite YouTubers out there. Don't get me wrong, I love all my crafters. However, there's Detective Matt Thornton, who, oh my god, it's nice. Yes, I'm recommending a cop's YouTube channel. Check him out. You'll understand. Um, and then there's like Just Nate, Josh something, and there's another Rasta Adventures dude. I kind of like him a lot. He's just getting started out, but what they do is they go help homeless people. And Nate started out Ubering. He would literally just go Uber to get enough money to give someone a meal. And now he's finding people who are homeless who, it's situational, and he's actually gotten a couple people like fully off the streets, but he goes out and gives out like tents and sleeping bags and clothes, socks, hygiene for both men and women, like everything needed. And it's really, it's because I was homeless for as long as I was. It's just something amazing to me. I would actually like to start doing videos every once in a while, but I ain't got my profit margins high enough yet. I might put the option in though, personalize throw in $50 and I will take an hour to go give it to a homeless person. Yeah. No, actually, you know what? That's a good campaign. I'm going to run one of those. Completely optional. I know some of my viewers would be like, F that. You've worked your way out of it, blah, blah, blah. And they're right. I have. Um, and I appreciate the love and support that's gotten me where I'm at today. I don't know. I want to do good. I want to do some good in the world. Yeah, I'm never okay with harassing police just to harass police. Now, with that said, I give a I give some of the First Amendment auditors a pass because they just go out with the camera and then, you know, let let people come to them. That's But then you got the ones who like go follow the police around and then get hostile with the police when the police like are like, "Hey, what's going on?" That's problematic. Now, I do say the cops should have no expectation of privacy while they are on the job. Zero. Matter of fact, they should probably have an expectation that they have no privacy while on the job, um, because they're in a position of public trust. But it's just bad manners to fucking be abusive to somebody who hasn't earned it yet. Like, half the time you just be quiet and like polite for 5 minutes, and they'll give you a reason. There's no need to push it. If they deserve it, they'll give you a reason quick. Although I do say the moment that the cops start making up laws to enforce that are breaking people's constitutional rights, whether I agree with those rights or not, that's probably when they should be blasted on, you know, all over the internet. Like, it's insane how many times I've seen the content out there where people are, and this is what like zaps all my fucking concentration. Like, I actually have gotten to the point where I just immediately one second I see what that video is and I skip it because I'm sick of having those in my freaking algorithm showing me that. Like, I don't necessarily like our justice system, but I don't like that being used to target me for advertising. This would make a really good brooch. Like, this would make a hella good brooch. Kinda like the fact that I'm leaving this design completely open. I can turn it into a brooch, I can turn it into a pendant. Heck, I could probably turn it into a ring. Like, I may not have. That's what it is. I don't believe in qualified immunity, but I don't believe anyone should be harassed just for existing. That includes police. Because there are good ones. I think I just broke like 5 hours. No? I guess the thing's a little quicker than I thought. Oh well. Like, I've listened to that playlist thing twice now. Now, I do have some slight symmetry issues, but I don't think it's that big of an issue. I'll take a mold of it here in a few, and I hope I can cast that. Delightful. Well, I do believe that this is probably going to conclude our stream for the day. Managed to get 2 pieces made up. I am actually trying to figure out how to go about the casting process. I almost want Whew. Have the sprue? I don't know. This might be a little more difficult for me to cast than previous thought, but I should be able to figure it out, so. Hopefully it doesn't shrink that much. Else I might have to get slightly inventive about the mold thing. Although I might only need one side of the mold for this, I'm not sure. I want this perfect. All right. There it is. So anyway, I am now going to start offloading some videos that I've been shooting about the machine, and probably start a new video on engraving and all sorts of fun projects that I got to get videos going of. So I appreciate everyone. Thank you for hanging out today. It was an awesome stream. Didn't quite reach the numbers I was thinking it might, but for a first time Saturday or Sunday stream, this could be a really good idea. So I think we're going to stick with it. Thank you. Lisa, you have a good night. Shoot me a message on Etsy, please. And yeah. We'll talk to you later if you're still around. Oh, and anyone who pro you too, if you can reach out to just send some love to Sabella, if you know how, please do. She should hopefully be back sooner or later, but yeah, just spam her with some love real quick. Anyway, y'all take it easy. Talk to you later. We'll have another live next week sometime.